Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking Setsun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the OW2s. The usual. The uses. See where things go here. Ah, yes. Good. Do a little bit more tweaking here tonight, guys. Yeah, as it turns out, the settings I did the other night I ended up reverting. It didn't seem like they're working properly or something. I don't know. I would end up reverting them, as is the case if something just isn't working or it doesn't seem like it does anything. You just change it back. Goes though, but yeah, that'll happen. Lots of cheating this weekend, guys. Fry sats were pretty bad. This morning was especially bad. So Saturday morning was especially bad when I was playing offline. Oh my god, they exploded the Ryzen 7. Yay, 36,000 views. Oh, there's a new Transformers movie. Surprise! The actual brain dead action movie. Hopefully, brain dead action movie. Post 10. Let's see what's going on here, guys. Critical Drinker. That's his podcast. Don't care. There's still some John Oliver we haven't looked at. Pod Overnight Train. Freedom Factory, huh? We moved to America. I mean, whatever makes you money. Probably moving to America would make you more money, so. That is the intention there. Or the reasoning. You just guess. Something taxes. I upgraded to the 7800 X3D from what? And regret it. Here. Let's take a look at the usual.
For centuries, our kind has stayed hidden on Earth.
Every fucking trailer, anything you're trying to make look good, guys, should be in 4K. There's no reason anything should not be in 4K, and I guarantee you, this was shot in probably even 8K. So, having a trailer in 1080p, I have no idea why. I have no idea why these exist. Is too many employees to relocate? I don't know. They probably maybe work remotely. I think it's just Linus, probably the one that relocate. And it could be he's just going to move his business, and then whoever comes with him does or doesn't, and it doesn't matter. I don't think his he has a lot of staff on file that I don't think really do much of fucking anything. So, yeah. He produces a lot of garbage. I guess you could say is the best way of saying that. Started as a tech channel, and now it's kind of tech entertainment. Unabashed action movies.
For centuries, our kind has stayed hidden on Earth.
It's the dinosaur Transformers.
But darkness has found us again. Prime. This is about the fate of all living things. Unicron
The Infinity
is
Stones.
coming.
Back up.
Oh, I thought we were boys.
You want it? Come and get it.
You brought a human here?
I'm nobody. I ain't even seen nothing. I'm not even seeing anything right now.
Think you holding late and you haven't bent the aim.
This is not our war.
Optimus, we must trust each other to protect the home we all share.
How big can this guy be?
He eats planets. So, like, way bigger than a planet.
In the end, everything you cared for
Will perish.
will be consumed.
Mine was better.
Maybe there's another way to save our home.
You've never faced anything like this. Let them come.
That's what she said. Maybe. This isn't Marvel. Transformers have been unabashedly Michael Bay action. So,
Yo, Noah, take the wheel.
I expected the CG to be better, to be perfectly honest. Like, this almost looks like CG from a decade ago, to be fair here. This doesn't look like they had really any improvements. Maybe there's a little bit more doodads and gadgets on top of like the mechs themselves or the Transformers, but it doesn't actually look. This looks still an awful lot like, putting aside live action stunts, looks an awful lot like the film from a decade ago. For what that is or isn't worth, this doesn't really look all that different, to be honest. And you can definitely still tell this is CG, right? Putting aside the fact that obviously you're gonna have walking metal things, suspension of disbelief, right? This doesn't even look like that amazing, to be perfectly honest. In 2023, this doesn't actually look all that much better than the original couple Transformer movies that brought everyone to theaters like a decade ago. So, we watch it? Probably not. But that being said, Michael Bay is a little bit different than I've always found the fucking animal Transformers to be super gimmicky. It's like the fucking, like the Pokemon that are like scissors and shit. And you're like, what the fuck are they? What the fuck is she? Is she a fleshlight? Is this? Is she a fleshlight? What is she supposed to be? Actually, I think she's a bike, if I remember right. But anyways, Michael Bay films tend to be unabashedly action-based, so that might not even be that big of a deal. That there's almost no plot in them, so yeah. So, assumedly, there's going to be almost no plot in them, and for the better, there'll be no plot in them. Yeah, like the CG in general doesn't really even look that much like this doesn't honestly look that much, but this looks like video game stuff. And video game, not that video games aren't looking good nowadays. It's just like there's nothing that really makes this look like it's actually real life. I don't know a better way of putting that. Like you can clearly tell that this is CG, and not just because it's a fucking Transformer car. Laden, 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 maiden, laden, heavily loaded. Hmm. Peter Cullen is 80s and still voicing Optimus Prime. Well, as it turns out, he doesn't actually need to dance around on stage, so it doesn't really matter. As long as he can do the voice. Good for him. If he's 80 or whatever. Let them go. I mean, he has the gruff, I've smoked a shitload of cigarettes voice, right? For every voice actor, they make all the characters energetic. Yep. There's only a handful of good voice actors, guys, both in, well, especially in for English speaking, which is kind of fucking weird. Sometimes they'll use real actors, and they're also pretty fucking terrible. So, she's an ATM. I see. Yeah. We'll take a look at the Gamers Nexus video. This is more of a knee-jerk reaction to what's happening with AMD. There's only a handful of chips that have actually melted down. So.
Holy shit. It's at 35 amps. Oh, it's on fire. Yeah, I can smell it.
Jesus Christ, 200 Celsius.
Holy shit.
That's not supposed to be like that.
There's also a level of possible f***ery here that you should be aware of.
Okay.
These CPUs self-destructed. Literally, they internally combusted to such a degree that the inside of them blasted outward. When we conducted internal failure analysis, we saw scorch marks in the same spot on 3 dead CPUs, the center of the IO die and the edge of the CCD, and that immediately pointed us to the root cause. Also, we saw fractured silicon. Although AMD released a statement about lowering SoC voltage, we still need to understand exactly what happened. These companies bottle up details forever when they find the actual root cause, and in our testing, there's more to it than simply the SoC voltage at the surface level. It's not just death over time then from VSOC. We found improper fail-safe protections on ASUS and useless OCP on ASUS. We also found bugs on therm trips between a couple of boards. We found a BIOS so buggy with Gigabyte that it can kill chips accidentally.
Now that's interesting.
Wow, okay. What the hell?
Oh. Ruh-roh.
Something's wrong. Yeah, maybe their SoC knob is broken.
And we found borderline adversarial communication between AMD and its partners, which is a different issue entirely. We're sending one of these out to the same failure analysis lab that worked on the NVIDIA 12-volt high power cables for us, but that content will be in a few weeks. Today, though, we soldered leads to rails that we suspected were running voltage too high. We employed thermography to prove that, yes, explosions are hot. We used an external voltage controller to read the VRM configuration and ran testing on the BIOS revisions that ASUS silently snapped out of existence. Oh, and we also killed 2 of our 7800 X3Ds and 2 motherboards. So it's been expensive, but it's in the name of science. This video is brought to you by us and our special
It's
limited
in the name of
edition
views and clicks,
15-year
guys, not science,
anniversary GM
mind you. Views and clicks. Don't get it wrong. They aren't philanthropists. This is YouTube.
foil complete until today. Testing a video, so we arrived at AMD's headquarters for a totally unrelated video, so that was convenient for us. And AMD was in the middle of its scramble trying to diagnose it, so they were just as fresh working on this as us. Maybe a little.
We probably
bit
aren't
of
gonna watch the whole
lead
thing, mind you.
time,
This is
but
pretty
all
long.
a very new issue. So as soon as we got back, I set
Probably gonna
forth
get long in the
working
tooth and we'll
on
fast
some
forward.
specific aspects of diagnosis and asked Patrick on our team to assist me tackling the rest. And here's a quick recap of what's going on. Although there's evidence of this happening prior, the biggest post was on April 20th of 2023 when user SpeedRookie posted this harrowing set of images on Reddit showing a CPU and a motherboard. We reached out to the user and requested the fastest shipping under $500, and then we paid the user for their board, their CPU, and the shipping. And this arrangement, by the way, we are always open to if you have some kind of catastrophic failure of the part.
They're preying on DeBauer's territory, where he was buying
allows
up,
us to research it and have a
where he was buying up components and then diagnosing them. Yeah, this is like, and they saw that apparently there's a peak in viewership as far as that's concerned, so they want to do it now too.
public demonstration of what happened rather than the company going, oopsie, here's a new one. Let's find a rug to put that under. And it moves you along quickly. So this allowed SpeedRookie to move forward and we got our content. A trend of other users, with Asus boards especially and dead CPUs, popped up on Reddit. But since then, other users have posted in a mega thread about similar issues, including one from user SkyfishJY. This one was of a Gigabyte board and a 7800X3D as well. The user didn't apply Expo and used only factory settings. In the photos, the user's board looked okay, but the CPU was clearly.
The problem with self-reporting, guys, is most everyone will not admit if they do anything wrong because it might fuck their RMA. So they will not tell you what they're doing necessarily. So, not that all users are going to lie, but there is a very strong incentive because it will screw your RMA. It'll screw your, basically you violate the terms of your warranty. It'll screw your warranty, and they're not going to admit to it if they can be, if people can kind of trace that down. So
clearly bulged once again. We bought these components from Skyfish as well and got the expedited shipping so we could add it to this video. So this setup behind me is what we use for testing. We have 2 cameras set up plus a thermal camera. We added a camera this time from the 12-volt high power stuff because last time we were like, wow, that footage is some good meme material for ever. It's currently at 258 degrees.
I think we see the smoke, Steve.
You see the smoke? There's no cause for panic immediately. So if you have an X3D CPU, even if you have it in an Asus board, you don't need to freak out right now.
which is why I haven't even updated my BIOS because it hasn't exploded, and I don't plan on overclocking it until this is ironed out. So
that everyone's CPU is going to.
I'm just gonna
Just
wait.
like the 12-volt high power stuff, there tends to be a lot of chaos and panic as soon as the first couple of these get posted. And you don't need to panic completely. Only some of you will have this happen. Does that help? But we think most of these are related to an SoC voltage that's too high, causing a slow death of the CPU. This is something that's known at this point and well documented.
I've
Future
checked my
Steve
SoC
here,
voltage, and
however,
it's
we
under
also
what they
discovered
limited
that
to now,
Asus
so it's fine.
has a major fuck up on
Probably
its
fine.
overcurrent protection, where its super fancy $700 ultra premium motherboards are designed in such a way that there are insufficient protection mechanisms where overcurrent protection allows for the CPU to be fast cooked from underneath after the CPU is separately slow cooked from within. So it's a combination of failures here, but the catastrophic part of this is one that Asus can completely avoid, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. It's possible this happens on motherboards outside of Asus too. We can't possibly test them all, but Asus was the easy one to figure out. And it took 4 days of nonstop testing. So let's start with filtering what we know and some plans. So first, as we entered this testing, we kept an open mind to the variables presented by motherboard vendors, AMD, BIOS versions, and users alike. We noticed some of the failed parts online didn't exhibit the same mutual destruction between the board and the CPU. That indicated to us that there are actually 2 problems rolled into one. One is the CPU is dying. And the other is that some motherboards then proceed to self-immolate and barbecue the CPU even further because a protection mechanism probably failed. That's not good. So if we clear CMOS...
You killed it the wrong way.
Based on the data we're presenting today, then, we believe this to be 1 part AMD's fault and 1 part board vendor's fault. We're going to get into the hypothesis and some of the physical inspection first. Again, we have a separate video. It's coming out in a few weeks. This stuff, it's not quick to do. We're trying to move as fast as we can because the internet moves fast. And this particular failure analysis we're doing separately is going to require external lab investigation, and that's going to take some time. But for the first part, here's our hypothesis. We have 3 sets of components we're working on. We have a dead CPU and a catastrophically failed motherboard from SpeedRookie. We have a dead CPU and actually a still fully functional Gigabyte board from Skyfish. That one failed properly. And we have a was working but died for the cause GN CPU, and the motherboard still works. Actually make that 4 sets of parts, not 3. While filming this video, we decided one more try and YOLO'd another $650 on a 7800X3D, another $700 on a motherboard, and we managed to kill $1,300 worth of parts. And that is all the more reason you should go to store.gamersnexus.net and grab one of these shirts, because it would help us out with funding these types of videos. We also have a promo where if you spend $65 or more, you get an
I'm giving you
discount.
views, Steve.
That's at the top of the
All
store
30 people watch me. You get all the views.
Using the full CPU pinout and schematic from a friend of ours, it's a lengthy document, we were able to use these images of the pinout to figure out what we care about on these CPUs. And at this point, Patrick and I split them up, and we started
This is
doing
document I think
resistance
Igor's
checks.
lab
We found
has figured out the correlated the
CPU
pins.
that failed catastrophically and torched to the motherboard. But we found 0 ohm complete shorts for the CPU we killed, which we'll talk about later, and the second CPU from our viewer Skyfish. In both instances of 0 ohm shorts, the motherboard was still working. In the instance of the low resistance
I actually think
short,
so,
however,
but
the
I don't
motherboard
think he's going
incinerated
to.
itself to the point of melting the socket.
Maybe.
And it was still on after the failure because power good was still asserted. That implies that either ASUS has OCP that's too high, such as on loop 2, or the chip burned in a way that the low resistance kept it being fed current. If the CPU is destroyed in such a way that the motherboard shuts down, obeying OCP and OTP, then the silicon will be damaged irreparably, but the motherboard will survive. Low resistance shorts can break OCP and other protections, which may allow for the motherboard to remain on and shoving current into a dead chip. In such an instance, and especially if a motherboard vendor like ASUS configured loop 2 OCP to be too high, to where it's ineffective, the system ends up in a state where the board continually attempts to power up a dead CPU, sort of like a boot loop, with improper or blown apart protection mechanisms. An additional form of catastrophic failure could be the indium melting and shorting the SMDs on the CPU. In conversations with experts in the industry, many of whom we can't name, we received confirmation that a low resistance short like this could lead to a catastrophic motherboard failure. However, in our final hours of attempting to reproduce the motherboard incinerating itself problem, we made a new discovery that threw a wrench into the gears. And that discovery was an additional failure path. In the final test, we ran the 7800X3D in the ASUS Hero with full cooling. We ran a Prime 95 small FFT heat load and monitored the thermals. Now, it's well known at this point that a high VSO set point of, say, 1.35 volts, especially if it actualizes as 1.4 volts, which is what was happening, that will slowly degrade a CPU, and it could eventually lead to this failure that we saw. It's a time bomb on an extended scale. Maybe never if you have a really good piece of silicon. But worse lottery pulls on chips will yield failures faster, so it's just an aging problem. We chose a VSOC set point of 1.45 volts, which is actually within 50 millivolts of what some motherboard vendors were originally running anyway. Now, this is high, but the point of this is a rapid simulation of aging and silicon degradation of an equivalent, let's say 1.35 volt set point, which was the original ASUS set point we'll talk about later, over maybe 6 months of use. In any event, even with a 50 millivolt higher than board vendor set point VSOC, the result shouldn't be fire. It should be some kind of protection. They're supposed to be in place. We observed as our clamped VSOC pads that we soldered to climbed slowly from a combination of leakage, heat load, and a screwy ASUS VRM configuration to actually 1.5 volt SoC despite a much lower set point. This is insane, and it's what'll happen from prolonged exposure to excessive ODM voltages. Eventually, without ever hitting TJ Max and therm tripping in the OS, we were still under temperature control here, overcurrent protection kicked in instead, and the system partially shut down to a 00 BIOS code. This is normal. We observed that the fans weren't spinning in this state, which made us wonder if that's leading to a thermal failure from very slow cooking, say overnight. Fortunately, this was not the case, as Wendell noted in our simultaneous testing call.
If you've got a board that's on, but you're getting 00, but the SoC voltage is on, then it probably could sit in that state forever.
But we allowed the system to run in the 00 state for a while, and we even removed the cooler completely. It's not like it was on anyway. The CPU IHS never breached 38 degrees Celsius in thermal imaging with an RSE 600, so this alone doesn't cause the failure, but it's related to one. AMD's external mechanism for throttling the CPU is proc hot, usually asserted by the VRM, which would allow it to avoid an over-temperature protection shutdown. But something didn't work here. So we flipped the power supply off, then we flipped the switch off, we remounted the cooler, and we turned the system on. Instantaneously, we were met with this.
That's it. We did it.
We desoldered it.
We desoldered the CPU in the socket.
Here's what happened. The part is obviously shorted out or very close to it in this state. So what should have happened after the first OCP kicked in and shut us down is ASUS's OCP should have taken over on that next boot and prohibited the scenario we ended up in. We reached out to an electrical engineer embedded deeply with this issue, can't name, and we asked for some additional assistance in explaining it. And they put it in simple terms. The engineer said, yeah, that's ASUS's OCP f***ing up. So everyone can understand that. When you turn on the power supply and attempt to boot it like we did, the system immediately knows there's a short, and it should cut the power at that point. ASUS even has an extra embedded controller on these high-end boards, and that controller could be leveraged for additional fail-safes in really cool ways to prevent any of this from happening. Unfortunately, laziness prevented ASUS from taking advantage of its own advertising and marketing gimmick, which is
trying to get out to the market right away. It might not even be laziness.
From the board's perspective, a 00 code means that the power good signal has not yet been asserted. So the CPU should be holding itself in reset until the power stabilizes. 00 is basically the same as no CPU present at all. Once the power good signal is asserted, it'll start the process and exit 00. 00 is essentially holding the board in a cold reset. You can see the system shoving current into the CPU even though it's clearly already shorted, and it can only lead to the socket melting. We watched as the current clamp climbed to 37 amps on the EPS 12-volt cables, or about 440 watts. The VRM can take it, so that means that OTP in the MOSFETs won't kick in. And we were running without
That's a lot of wattage for a CPU.
So we actually put it in the best
Plus
possible
Intel,
position.
which is kind of funny because it used to be AMD was the one that people used to bitch about drawing too much wattage. Now it's Intel, so ha 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 ha.
Shut itself down safely.
Turns have tabled.
A real user would be at more risk here than we were. We pulled the cooler when we started seeing smoke, and the thermal camera revealed that the CPU was at 200 degrees Celsius. Insanely, we noticed that the substrate of the CPU was hotter than the IHS itself. This, in combination with the crack we heard, indicates to us that the CPU literally desoldered itself and sunk all the heat into the substrate instead of the IHS, but it was already long dead at this point. And because ASUS has an unreasonably high OCP for these CPUs really in general, the end result is that the CPU continues to get force-fed current that it eventually can't handle. And that's in a 00 state, no cooling potentially. This is pretty damning, and changing the VSOC isn't enough here. That's the lazy approach. It's a catch-all, but there's more that could be done. And ASUS and AMD both need to take action. If we were ASUS, here's how we'd look at this scenario, this bad scenario. 37 amps in this test at say 80+% efficiency puts us at 400 watts at least for being force-fed into the CPU. And this is for a non-overclockable CPU that was not overclocked with a nominal TDP of say 120 watts, maybe 170 watts if you're running something high-end. So the OCP here is way overrated for what's actually in the socket, and that's bad. The fact that it was at 400 watts at least and power good was still not asserted indicates to us minimally that Asus's fancy premium controller and its fancy premium motherboard should at least be detecting, let's say, the CPU is on for 5 seconds, or attempting to be on, and it's receiving excessive current. Maybe we should do something about that and shut the system down. The controller has these capabilities. They could also reconfigure OCP to be lower. And again, these aren't overclockable chips anyway, and for the overclockers and for XOC, you can always manually bypass that. So it's not taking away any of the levers that we have, it's just enforcing stricter ones for more likely stock scenarios. And Asus isn't alone here. AMD has a lot it can improve as well, besides just the communication, which AMD's kind of always struggled with.
What's up, gamers?
And we haven't even gotten to Gigabyte yet. That's in a few minutes. This particular issue should have never made it out of Asus. And it's up to AMD, the makers of the CPU
Once again,
and the chip.
There's a reason I'm not impulsively just going out and just picking up any of the beta BIOSes or BIOSes that have come out. There's been like 3 revisions in the last week because BIOS revisions usually take months. So I'm going to err on the side of caution, A, because this is happening and it hasn't happened to me, so I have some time, and B is because the knee-jerk BIOS revisions could have kind of really shitty performance hampering associated with them, which I'm pretty sure no one's testing. They're just trying to make sure it doesn't explode the chips, right? So immediately you go to the side of caution. So I'm not going to immediately just flash my motherboard with the latest BIOS. I'm going to wait probably maybe a week or two for things to get ironed out, make sure that I'm not have any of the trigger points that they're probably going to mention here that you can look for. SoC voltage was the first one I checked, which I just showed you guys, which is 1.29. And beyond that, I'm just not going to overclock my motherboard until things get ironed out. So
chipset, the ones who have the actual knowledge of what it can tolerate safely to enforce and police its partners in a way that at least makes them follow these basic guidelines. You don't want too much enforcement and too many restrictions on the partners because it restrains creativity and it stops the motherboard market from being as diverse and interesting as it is, and it could have knock-on bad effects for enthusiast things like overclocking. But in the very least, something like this is not unreasonable for AMD to add to its list of, hey, we should make sure the CPUs don't melt themselves in the socket because the motherboard vendor maybe did something stupid. It's up to AMD to tell Asus that it is, in fact, an issue that could escalate to a safety issue. Now, it's extremely unlikely, but just to maybe scare some of these vendors into gear without hopefully pushing them too far, it is feasible that in the exact wrong scenario with perhaps the raw material buildup around the socket with a short to ground somewhere else that's not accounted for in the CPU or board, you could potentially get into a scenario where there's a complete runaway and a house fire, or at least a small fire.
If one happened, they would
Extremely
100% hear about it already.
That.
It would be all over
We've
the
seen
news.
it before, and we've repaired user systems that have been through such scenarios. So AMD, at least, is responsible for getting insights from its partners and providing them to make sure that settings like OCP are not incompetently set, perhaps under an assumption that guidance really is just guidance, as in you should do this, not, hey, it's gonna fail if you do this the wrong way. Now it's time to move to the delidding for internal inspection. So for this, we completely preserved the motherboard and the CPU from SpeedRookie. Those are the important ones. We did not tamper with them at all beyond probing some specific pins, and we informed the FA lab which those were. So instead, we delidded the CPU from Skyfish because that's the one that came with the Gigabyte board that still works. We confirmed it's working. It even got the BIOS F5A or whatever it is. The other one, it'll go through submersive acoustic testing, scanning electron microscopes, and more. But to delid the CPU while preserving as much damage as we could, Patrick and Vitaly flossed the 8 legs of the CPU to cut through the adhesive without affecting surface mount devices.
It's like being a dentist.
I hope not.
It's like cutting down a tree.
Are you a dentist or a lumberjack? Changing professions. You give this guy a strain of floss and he's like 3 different professions. Once done, I clamped the CPU lightly in a vise and shoved a thermocouple under the heat spreader. Using guidance from our friend and community-voted #1 bromance of the year, Dare Bauer, we used a heat gun to heat the IHS up to 160 degrees Celsius. approximately the melting point of the indium solder holding the heat spreader to the silicon. At this point, the lid fell freely, no prying required whatsoever, and we were able to delid it without any damage to the silicon itself. We took some microscope photos and videos, and we sent those to the external component failure analyst we worked with, again for 12-volt high power, and the same analyst said this, quote, "I'm seeing a cracked die from the high heat of the overstress event. Cracks emanate from the center melt site. That's not something you could have done with the D-lid. There's evidence of overheating, that's the darkened silicon, and of melted silicon, 1410 degrees Celsius melting point, if so. There may be a few others right of center. Fortunately, acoustic..."
So, just to put this in perspective, guys, as I mentioned before with a couple days ago when we started talking about this, maybe a week ago when we were talking about this, if it was going to be something where it'd start a fire, like you'd have to draw a lot of amperage and your power supply would probably catch it, unless you have a really shitty power supply. Like it's going to catch an overcurrent event from the motherboard before it'll get to the point where like it's going to be like melting your case or starting your case on fire. Because it would have to start something else on fire in the case itself, like the silicone itself would have to start on fire. And your power supply is probably going to power down before that happens, or shortly thereafter, and it's not going to be a self-sustaining like electrical fire.
Scans should clue us into whether such material
Maybe it will be.
discontinuities are present prior to destructive testing. Sometimes when larger scale EOS or electrical overstress occurs, a lot of different surrounding materials are pulled into the fray. I think this is what happened.
Well, this is
here
one of the
too,
articles
our
that kind of has.
analyst
They,
said. It looks like
AMD
an
has nailed down
organic
SoC
material has
voltage, and
bubbled
it
up
looks
through
like the majority of what's
silicon
happening
melt
here.
site.
They said
The
it's a
nearest
couple
organic
different...
polymer would be at the active side, where the connection from the die to the substrate
A couple
occurs.
different things.
That
That
is
being
surrounded
said,
by
the amount of people, like, there's someone that posted RMA results in the 5000 series had more RMAs. The 13000 series from Intel has more RMAs than the 5000 or 7000 series, and the 5000 series has more RMAs than the 7000 series. So this is a very, very select, we're hearing about it because it's so catastrophic, but this is a very, very, very select group of individuals. I think that was through, there's a company that releases their stats. I think it's a vendor in Germany. They release their stats all the time. It's like Brain Trust or something. They release their stats all the time. So, yeah, this isn't really something that's happening to everyone, and probably in a very, 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 very small minority. So it's not something I would worry about, which is why I haven't just knee-jerk updated my BIOS, because it definitely seems like this is just the flavor of the week right now, and it's just cool to look at and interesting. Which is why we're watching it. It's not because like, oh my god, my computer's going to explode. Maybe it will, but I'm not going to give a shit about it until that happens, because it doesn't seem like it's highly improbable it's going to happen to me.
Easy. That's why we're sending it to them. And the result was a ripple that cracked the silicon from the inside out.
That is pretty cool.
See it originating at that scorch mark. It exploded to such an extreme that it bulged the land grid array outward on the bottom of the CPU. When we scoped our own dead X3D that we killed during the course of testing, and more on that later, we saw a burn mark in nearly the same spot on the SoC. More importantly though, we noticed at least one of these CPUs had discoloration of the epoxy at the edge of the CCD and a scorch mark on the adjacent part of the substrate. Actually, in fact, VSOC feeds part of the CCD. And so there may be an issue here of a voltage differential where it is forced to exit through the explosion of the silicon. So to do our next part of analysis, we used some images from Locuza, who posts a lot of very high quality photography of dies and die shots online and does phenomenal work. And we transformed that by multiplying it as a mask on top of the damaged silicon. First, we used a clean delitted die that we also have here, and we scoped it to figure out the orientation of Locuza's image. Then we multiplied the image onto the failed I/O die. The failure within the I/O die appears to be in the middle of the GPU core complex, which actually drives the display PHY. Interestingly, we learned that the AMD IGP is one of the I/O die parts that's fed voltage via vCore, not just VSOC. We have a voltage block diagram we acquired from a contact at a motherboard manufacturer that confirms again that VSOC actually goes to part of the CCD. It's specifically this combination of the damage at the edge of the CCD with the discoloration of epoxy and the scorch mark, plus the I/O die scorch mark within the GPU complex that led us down the path of this is probably why it exploded. And it was such an explosion that Gigabyte's power supply team would blush. We brought this next theory to
I've had power supplies explode, mind you.
Our friend Wendell from Level 1 Techs, and he had this to say. This makes sense because
usually
we know
it's
there are different
capping it, it just
voltages
goes.
going into different parts of the I/O die and chiplets. The voltage differential has to go somewhere. Those are probably not completely isolated circuits. You're going to have some leakage even if they're perfectly isolated, but the reality is they probably aren't. You're going to have at least the logic circuits talking to each other between those sides. If you have a voltage differential, the differential has to be sunk to ground somewhere, somehow. In other words, it's going to go to heat. The voltage differential could go to heat that the processor experiences in a way that the engineers did not anticipate because the voltage is so much higher than stock. It'd be 50% higher if it's 1 volt versus 1.5 volts or whatever. I would go so far as to say it's not even really just the voltage by itself. If you have a really high voltage, but you only let a few electrons through, that's fine. But the SoC could be saying, no, I'm in boot up mode, I need all the current. And it makes sense why it'd be tricky to catch in QA or QC, since it's likely on an axis where a combination of silicon quality between IO die and CCD are related. You rolled a 1 for the IO die, for the CCD, and for the BIOS quality control? Congratulations, what do you win? Rapid unscheduled disassembly. Thanks, Wendell, for the quote. I'll use that forever. Now, the BIOS quality control point.
That's an Elon Musk quote, mind you, or SpaceX quote. So he's quoting SpaceX. I don't know if Steve knows that, though.
Is important. This brings
That's
us
what
to
they
the
said
next
with Starship
aspect
when
of
it
this,
exploded.
which is it's not just
Rapid
an AMD
unscheduled-
thing.
rapid
It comes down to
unscheduled
the board
disassembly.
vendors as well. Prior to any of the physical testing, we noticed one big problem with the Asus board specifically. In order to do this testing, we soldered some leads to the Asus X670E Crosshair Hero to get more accurate readings.
By the way,
on
if you ever do
SoC
any
voltage
soldering,
that's
having a little
actually
fan like
delivered.
that,
Methodologically,
huge,
this
fucking
is
huge.
necessary because
I bought
software
one years
recording
ago.
and BIOS settings
The last
are
thing you want to
often
huff is
different from what can
fumes
be
from
measured.
solder. It makes you
And
feel like
a
shit.
massive shout out
Probably
to
causes
Elmore
cancer.
from Elmore Labs for helping us with some guidance on the right direction to go for this section. Elmore provided us some expert insight that helped us formulate test plans and also builds custom overclocking tools, external voltage controllers, one of which we're using, and other cool enthusiast gear. You can find him on elmorelabs.com. I just want to jump back in here for a second and say this piece was awesome to work on because we collaborated with so many experts in the industry. Some could be named, some couldn't, but to all of you, thank you. It's been a lot of fun working on this. So here are our findings. Enabling Expo has the Crosshair Hero running at 1.35
By the way,
SoC
I didn't plan on playing the new Star Wars
set.
game, but I actually kind of
Set,
want
what
to
we
because
mean is
everyone's like
that's
bitching
number
about the
it
performance
says,
in it.
Not necessarily
Oh.
what it reads. This is
Like I
already
had no
very
plans on
high
playing the
by
Star Wars
AMD's own
game, but I actually
standards,
kind of
though.
want to right now.
AMD's new statement says it shouldn't go higher than 1.3. The actual voltage delivered when probed at SoC MLCCs
By the way,
or
I
on
didn't
the VSoC check pads on the board is 1.4 volts. We saw one spike up to 1.41, despite the already high 1.35
Did it already
volt
fall
in
off
BIOS,
Twitch?
And we often saw it most commonly
Like a week old.
sitting at about a 1.39 volt reading like you see here. That's getting dangerously high for the CPU, and at this point this is also something AMD has confirmed. But we'll come back to that. One thing is for certain, Asus is running its SoC voltage way too high. It should be
Jedi
closer
Survivor.
to 1.3 volts or ideally 1.25 volts. And
Oh, there
the
it is.
reason to blast the SoC voltage like this largely comes down to laziness. It's the lazy way to ensure that there's wide compatibility without finer, deeper tuning to the BIOS in order to get the memory compatibility that they want. As for these numbers we're reporting, so we confirmed this on BIOS 0922, that was one just before the official X3D support. We also confirmed this behavior of the 1.4-ish voltage for SoC on 1101. That BIOS officially supported X3D, but don't let Asus trick you because they retconned it and decided, oops, no it doesn't. But it did originally. It said it supported X3D. And then we also confirmed this behavior on 1202.
Gaslighting.
That is the last BIOS that Asus left on its site before it started hiding and burying all prior BIOSes. So they all lazily blast VSOC. Because Patrick and I were so slammed trying to get the content through the pipeline, we again reached out to Wendell and asked him for assistance checking more motherboards. He was happy to assist, maybe a little too happy. We are gonna film the death of this CPU.
Or try to film the death of the CPU.
Here's what Wendell found. Using a mixture of leads wired to the boards like we did and hardware info, Wendell noted that the ASRock Live Mixer B650 board pulled 1.01 volts on auto, 1.20 volts for BIOS set to Expo 1, and 1.246 volts with Prime 95 loading it. He found the Phantom Gaming pulled between 1.22 and 1.24 with Expo, depending on if Prime was loading it, and he found that Gigabyte was at 1.2 to 1.22 volts. MSI was at 1.19 to 1.2 volts as well. So ASUS is a little bit of an outlier here. They're much higher than all of those, but they're still not alone. They're not the only reason these things can fail. That's where part AMD and part other board vendors comes in, because if you remember, Skyfish's system was a Gigabyte board. That one failed. The motherboard lived though. And the Gigabyte board didn't even have Expo turned on according to Skyfish. So that would be closer to the 1.0 VSOC, which makes things a little trickier. That's probably where the FA lab will come in a few weeks. So we think it's more than VSOC. And if you look at AMD's statement, they did talk about tuning other voltages, including VSOC, but we'll come back to that. And we're also aware of at least one BioStar board that was at or in excess of 1.
Or they can't even benchmark the Star Wars game with multiple cards. Yeah, the DRM, and it's pretty intrusive, unrelated.
Expo itself,
but yeah, it's set to like
sort of
1 to 2 computers, and then you have to wait like 24 hours or something.
Within the profiles about VSOC. Expo does not contain a number for the SoC or the system on chip voltage. Applying Expo shouldn't necessarily state that you are also applying a dangerously high voltage. That's on the motherboard vendors. That is ASUS's decision to do that. So Expo, although it is a potential trigger if configured incorrectly by the motherboard vendor, itself is not the cause for this. Just want to make that really clear, because Expo is pretty cool. It has a lot of really high quality tuning and timings built into it for the different kits.
It's the sub-timing tweaking that used to be a big deal 3 years ago.
Right now, because
which is still a big deal, mind you. It's just difficult to do.
They're kind of weak. Regardless, SoC voltages of 1.4 are clearly not necessary. In the week or so of testing that we ran on this, we found a whole host of other bugs, some related to this, some not, but there were a lot of them, and we can't fit them all in this video. We tried, it added 15 minutes. We're gonna run a follow-up piece with some more information on that, some ranting about how this was handled very poorly in a lot of cases by everybody, AMD and motherboard vendors, especially ASUS though. But that's a separate thing. So the main issues, the severe ones from this piece, were proc hot, VSOC problems of various types, and OCP being basically improperly executed. To quickly recap some of the other ones we found, because we've never had to dig this hard into AMD's AM5 platform before, here's the short version. On some platforms, we noticed the X3D CPUs were shutting down at inappropriately high temperatures for over temperature. So on ASRock, Gigabyte, and MSI, various boards, we observed in combination with Wendell a 116-degree thermal trip point. But on ASUS, for the board we tested, it was 106. It's supposed to be 106 for X3D and 116 for non-X3D. So this got royally screwed up by at least 3 board partners, which to us means AMD is at fault for not communicating it properly and offering adequate support to those partners. On Gigabyte F5A,
they did, and they didn't
bug where it was
notice
sometimes
it properly.
not possible to reset VSOC to auto or defaults. And on Asus, we noted another bug where loading Expo via the AMD overclocking menu provided by the AMD Agiza binary, rather than the Asus menu, would load the correct SoC voltage. So it'd often be 1.2 or 1.25, while Asus's menu was loading it at 1.35 for the BIOSes we were testing, except for those newest patches that came out. Now, unfortunately, Asus has another bug, or AMD does, it's in their menu after all, where it doesn't load the correct VDDIO voltage using this menu. That results in blue screens and crashes because it's the wrong VDDIO. Honestly, this platform is just a complete mess, and we didn't realize that going into the initial reviews because we followed our standard reviews process and everything worked.
This is where I have to stipulate sensationalism once again, and where he's doing this reviews, and as such, it's a complete mess, except it works for pretty much everyone, except for the people whose boards are exploding, which is a small minority, which is witnessed by the return rates. So, yeah, like, complete mess isn't the word I'd go for. It has some problems, and these are pretty cool because it's catastrophic, but it's not something where I'd say, oh, the platform's a failure or some stupid. That's hyperbole. That's going to an extreme because it sounds cool, but it isn't like what was the weird shit with the people are just talking about like they should RMA all their shit. What was that? Was it the 4000 series video cards? Oh, there's a drama thing last fall. I remember it being a drama thing. I don't remember who it was about, but There's a drama thing, and people are like, "Oh my god, we just should RMA everything. Everything should be recalled." And you're just like, "Nah, not really."
Works fine for the purposes of testing, other than whatever we might have noted in those reviews. But this issue necessitated a much deeper look, exploring a lot more settings, a lot more combinations of hardware, and it just made it look really much messier than the standard approach does. So that's not good for AM5. And there were more bugs that, again, we're not even talking about here because they're just not related enough. For the rest, here's the quick and final rundown for now. This, as always, is not fully and definitively conclusive because it's an extremely complex issue. It's really hard to replicate this problem. It took us the entire time to get the catastrophic failure to happen. So that should reduce your concerns significantly. We had to actively try to find out how to make this happen.
Yep.
Doesn't mean it won't accidentally happen. Probably a much higher likelihood, honestly, than trying. But the point is, it's not easy. And so that should temper sort of the concern about how likely is this to happen to you. We had a limited sample size, of course, and we also were working off of changing information. Now, the good news here is we had some extremely conclusive results. So we're out of hypothesis territory and into just actually proven fact with some of these problems. The OCP issue, that was proven fact. The theory about a sort of voltage differential causing an escape path that is undesirable, that's in theory territory. Here's the bulleted recap. AMD and its partners are actively rolling out BIOSes to address this. Most address it by locking down the VSOC. The rollout has been complete chaos. Asus, for example, is clearly incapable of getting the CPU names right. Gigabyte doesn't get out unscathed either. They have their own rollout issues. AMD is offering replacements for CPUs killed in this manner. That's even if Expo is on. We asked AMD and we confirmed that at least the US will have free shipping both directions if one of your CPUs dies. Motherboard vendors may not be so kind. It's to be determined. Next question of, is this resolved? We believe the SoC clampdown is inadequate as a blanket fix. It's a quick fix, and it resolves a lot of the concerns of longevity and slowly damaging the processor over time. Remember, that's sort of what you get with typing in a higher VSOC is you simulate that aging much faster. But in a real use case, running at 1.4 for months or a year on end or whatever, you're going to lose some kind of ability over time, and maybe it results in a
Mine's at
failure.
1.29,
Maybe it doesn't. It depends
which
on
is
the
one of the
chip
reasons,
quality.
once again, that I haven't upgraded my
It
BIOS.
doesn't really matter. What matters is you should stop running at that voltage.
And you can turn
because
it
there's
off,
No
yeah.
reason to. Maybe there's some memory stability problems, but you could probably bring it down to a more reasonable 1.3.
He quoted like VDDIO,
Asus OCP
which is one thing I
problem
haven't checked.
Needs to be resolved separately. The Gigabyte problem, where it just refuses to listen to user input and won't zero out and reset to auto the SoC voltage on some BIOSes, that's another problem too. And right now, as an end user wondering if this affects you, here's the answer. If you have X3D especially, but really any of them, you should update BIOS. You should check VSOC as a baseline on hardware info. There's a free version. This number isn't perfect, but it's a good start. And some boards have embedded controllers that give you even more accurate information that's more useful. If VSOC is greater than 1.3 when you're looking at this, lower it manually. You should check under load and idle. Remember that set point VSOC can often be different from actualized, but typically not as much as that 50 millivolt deviation we saw earlier. Also, X3D is more fragile. So this has been a lot of fun. It's been really exciting to work on this. It's a different process from the standard reviews. There's just sort of a lot of mental puzzling with it, trying to figure it out.
Oh,
Video's
fuck.
long enough, though.
It's actually
and,
it was a pretty good piece.
Point, just the reminder that there
Good
are
for them.
always limitations to testing. We've worked
I
very
thought
hard
we were going to fast forward at some
close
points.
all
It's
the
actually pretty
loops
good
that
just
we
all
can.
around.
There are still, of course, limitations, and that's why we're going to have follow-ups. But even then, if some new information pops up, please make sure we see it. You can tweet it at us or something. And we feel pretty good about the results that we found. But some of our attempts at explanation, of course, rely on assumptions. So that's the one thing we want to make sure everyone keeps in mind, just full transparency.
You can say
We tested
VDDIO
Asus
is another one he
most
said was
heavily
kind of
as it the
weird.
clearest offender, but that doesn't mean other motherboards can't also have been problematic. And ultimately updating the BIOS, quickly checking VSOC, that should be enough to just put it out of your mind once you do that, because any other issues are probably out of your control anyway and just pending more updates. And there's no point in being anxious about something that you have absolutely no control over anyway. So we're doing more testing. We'll keep you all updated. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net to grab this shirt to help us out directly and support our efforts. This is for 15 years in business now. We've been doing it a while, and we're looking forward to another 15. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Interesting. Good video. So once again, as I mentioned, even last week, I'd still stand by. This isn't going to change my recommendations of AMD or specifically these processors at all, because this is a very, very small minority. It's cool to look at, as in something that happened, and it's catastrophic, which makes it even more interesting. But it's not something where I'm like, oh, don't buy X3D chips anymore, or some shit like that. And I'm sure once a couple BIOS revisions pop out, probably in the next couple weeks, you're going to be golden. There's going to be no more reports of these at all. And so this is just like something that just happens out of nowhere, and you're just like, oh my god. But at the end of the day, it's not really anything I would worry about at all. I want to see, we need to rewind here. I want to look, it was VDDIO. That.
Info, Wendell.
I think VDDIO is set by Expo.
Was a Gigabyte board. That one failed. The motherboard lived though. And the Gigabyte board didn't even have Expo turned on according to Skyfish. So that would be closer to the 1.0 VSOC, which makes things a little trickier. And that's probably where the FA lab will come in a few weeks. So we think it's more than VSOC. And if you look at AMD's statement, they did talk about tuning other voltages, including VSOC, but we'll come back to that. And we're also aware of at least one BioStar board that was at or in excess of 1.4 volts SOC as well. But one important note here for Expo. Expo itself, think of it again as sort of an XMP, it has nothing to do within the profiles about VSOC. Expo does not contain a number for the SoC or the system on chip voltage. Applying Expo shouldn't necessarily state that you are also applying a dangerously high voltage. That's on the motherboard vendors. That is ASUS's decision to do that. So Expo, although it is a potential trigger if configured incorrectly by the motherboard vendor, itself is not the cause for this. Just want to make that really clear because Expo is pretty cool. It has a lot of really high quality tuning and timings built into it for the different kits, and that's what's making AMD as competitive as it is right now, because without it, they're kind of weak. Regardless, SoC voltages of 1.4 are clearly not necessary. In the week or so of testing that we ran on this, we found a whole host of other bugs, some related to this, some not, but there were a lot of them, and we can't fit them all in this video. We tried, it added 15 minutes. We're gonna run a follow-up piece with some more information on that, some ranting about how this was handled very poorly in a lot of cases by everybody, AMD and motherboard vendors, especially ASUS though. But that's a separate thing. So the main issues, the severe ones from this piece, were proc hot, VSOC problems of various types, and OCP being basically improperly executed. To quickly recap some of the other ones we found, because we've never had to dig this hard into AMD's AM5 platform before, here's the short version. On some platforms, we noticed X3D CPUs were shutting
I think it's
down.
fine. My VDDIO is at 1.44, but I see some posts about people running it at like 1.5 or even 1.7. It really depends on the memory you have. So I don't think that's a problem. My SoC is at below 1.3, which was where we're supposed to be at. Okay. Let's see. I have to use the bathroom. And you guys get to watch Travel Geek while I'm gone. Right back, guys. 1 second. And then we'll get into the Reddits and the Gamazes.
Osaka terminal in a few minutes. Passengers going to the
autonomy need to be than a person before you can rely on it. But once you get that literally safe hands-off will happen. So there will be a shared autonomy fleet where you buy your car and you can choose to use that service to other people, earn you money, maybe even cover the cost of your lease of that car. Exactly. So you can kind of get a car for free. Is that really likely? Yeah, absolutely. This is what will happen. So there will be a shared autonomy fleet where you buy your car and
Ah! Travel geek, keep you guys interested? Ah. Yeah. Fucking Japan has vending machines literally fucking everywhere, guys. It's actually pretty impressive. That timing, by the way, I could have made that better. I was not watching the stream, mind you. Literally walked in and sat down when the video ended. I'm part of the fucking Matrix, guys. Literally tapped into the Matrix and knew when I had to leave and exit the toilet and get to the seat. So there's no time in which you are watching nothing. Now you have to watch me do nothing. But yeah, it's actually one of the takeaways is there's a lot of really cool shit in Japan, and one of the reasons they can do it is because they have such a high density of people in one spot. So the possibility of you failing because it doesn't get visibility is next to nothing. There's going to be someone walking past your shit, right? As it turns out, vending machines are a pretty good answer to a lot of different things where you can basically have an unmanned kiosk that does things. You can literally buy anything in a vending machine. So, yeah. It's pretty crazy. I'd like to visit Japan at one time. At one point, I'd also like to visit South America, but I also don't want to have my organs harvested. So, yeah, there's that. I also like my organs being in my body. I do like Travel Geek. It gives you a nice little view on Japan. He goes around to different areas, trains, hotels. The pricing over there is not bad either. As far as like if you spend a night there, you could spend a night there for like $30 in a hotel in Tokyo, and you're like, it's gonna be like a hostel. But even the hostels there are better than other parts of the world. Like they actually have like dividers and shit, so you're not really just like sitting there staring at someone across from you in a bunk, which is generally what you don't want to do in a hostel, right? Like even there they have dividers. So yeah. Like, you can actually, and then you can get private room hostels, basically, which have, like, maybe, like, a little door or something, which are also around $20 or $30, depends on where you stay. A lot of really cool shit. Let's take a look at the Reddits here, guys, and we're going to get into the OWs. Time for the OWs. Reinhardt's Cake from a OW cookbook. So they rebranded a recipe from real life into a cookbook? Uh-huh. Good. I mean, it looks tasty. Chocolate ganache. Found the best trap in all of Overwatch. Is it a guy? That's not Lifeweaver. A lot of really fucking weird bugs that are happening right now, too. What the fuck? What keeps happening to me? I mean, this isn't the best trap. You literally just found someone that has no idea what a Junkrat trap is. Junkrat traps also sink into the floor. About half the distance, half their height on the enemy screen, so you can't see them as well. That's by design, so they're harder to see. Please rework the old assault maps, bring them back to Overwatch 2. 2 CP? Yes, please. Yep, it's starting to make a comeback. Always ahead of the curve, guys. I said this immediately when OW2 came out. That 2CP was better than push, and now there's more kids doing it. Have a good night, Martian. Always ahead of the curve, guys. Almost always ahead of the curve. 99.9% of the time ahead of the curve. Other 0.1% doesn't matter, because it's, it's something that doesn't matter anyways, right? Client update bug got me banned for a whole season. We saw that yesterday. I'm sure they'll get worked out. Probably not on the weekend, though. AMD Reddits. It doesn't actually say the SoC that you're supposed to keep it under. Only 25 minutes into the video, but now I'm having second thoughts about getting AM5 for company build. Okay. Good luck, dude. If you're scared off literally because you saw a piece on, like, one niche thing happening, planes fucking explode, too. Planes crash. Are you going to stop flying? Yeah, okay. It depends on the prevalence of what's happening, right? And what might be happening, too. Not all 7... I have a 7000 series. Not all 7000 series are self-emulating, basically. Not even that. Melting. Yeah. Like I said, this is not going to change my recommendations at all. Um... 1.25. Okay. Alrighty. It has almost no upvotes to it. I guess 2 hours. AMD covering their ass. Oh my god, I hate curved screens, guys, so much. I don't know how people can look at that. And apparently not related to LLC. Although it might be related to LLC, but you can't tell. X3 is a really cool CPU. Okay. DVD. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Enough of that. Let's do the Gamazin. I'll get to the Gamazin here. I know some of you want to see the Gamazin. Maybe you want to see the fingers. Maybe both Gamazin and the fingers. Yes. Engage. Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Let us begin the battle of the century.
Strike from above.
Mouse feels janky. It'll take us a bit to figure that one out. Whatever. Want a new monitor, guys, so bad. Not gonna come out any faster, just by me wanting it.
Strike from above.
You guys are getting shit on hard.
On the move.
It's always the weebs, guys. Oh. I guess he hit the medkit. Self damage is lower than
Let's show him some air power.
damaging other people. Definitely feel like I should have killed him though. Yeah.
But we got it done. Dispersing.
When the sun sets.
He knew I was one shot. Good.
Making another approach.
Welcome, Matt. What is that melody? Pass into the iris.
Life protects life.
Returning to battle. On your horizon.
Actuating the barrier.
Repulsion.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Yeah.
I've got you.
I wish there's an easier way to check for when people are in groups together, other than just spamming them. Nice game.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
Arriving at watch
Good,
point.
good.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Pretty sure that was pre-made, though. I don't know. Q's have been kind of fucked up in the last week, though, too, so... As has been witnessed by basically anyone that plays comp.
Just I will not waste this opportunity. Increasing altitude. I smell blood.
Over here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Concussive out. Thanks for the assist. Scatter.
One for bottom platform. Metro? Have any hit scan. Good, I'm not even fucking shooting near him. And soldier in 10?
I am empowered. Genau. Yes.
Let's show these fools a ruckus.
Not.
Up and away.
More than May one. There's Anna here somewhere. How'd you walk into that? I do like the whole bait and switch thing. Actually works pretty good where people see you stop firing it. Sometimes they just literally just fucking walk into the they walk into the blast. Like even if you don't bait them by removing the blast from the area that they're looking at, they'll still walk into it anyways. Yeah.
Aerial positioning underway. Healing fortified.
Yeah.
You're outclassed.
Good. Still no hit scan. That piece. Missed.
Increasing altitude. Eyes here. Moving the payload. Let's keep it
Definitely
going.
where she teleported to. No, you're on your way. Also, we got a fucking amazing mid-air on the FPs. I mean, he could have just left and he decided not to, so. That's a full charge. Like, if you play hit scan, guys, like the most basic hit scan that just kind of works at everything is a Bastion. Like, if you suck at hit scan, because you can spam bullets. It's very forgiving for the amount of damage you're doing. Pretty good. Oh my god, it's me!
Justice reigns from above.
Uh-huh. Good. Next game. It's kind of weird. So, in Wisconsin right now, guys, we are literally oscillating between winter and, like, summer. You guys don't know that something climate change that's not apparent. You guys probably hear it. It's kind of more interesting when it's actually an application, like, happening to you. But, like, it was, like, 80 degrees, like, a week ago, and right now it's snowing, so... Yeah.
Arriving at Conceal. Prepare.
What'll happen?
Select your hero.
Apparently, the maximum FPS you can get in Overwatch is 4,000. If that's not clear, the cap is not 600. The cap at 600 is a soft cap, meaning it doesn't actually, like, it does a really poor job of capping your FPS too, but it doesn't usually adhere to it. But you can see sometimes it'll peak, and if you look at the top there, you can see that it hits 4,000. Yeah. Which is the actual cap in the game, which is like looking at a blank screen or something in a transition screen. Makes you wonder why they even have an FPS cap in the first place. 600 is enough? Is that so they can set it to 800 in Overwatch 3 or something? Why would you even set it to 600? Why do they even have a cap?
Objective unlocked.
Greetings. Angel at your shoulder.
Great. Where those are.
Okay, my head's in the game. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Thanks for the assist.
Stop them.
He's cheating. Okay.
Let's show him some air
Yep.
power.
That didn't take much.
Repositioning. Time for the reckoning.
Like, it doesn't even matter what his accuracy is. You know, if he has it set to automatically miss for him, and it's set accuracy like, let's say 60% or something, he's just gonna miss shots. But he was definitely fucking staring at me through walls, and then I reacted prior to me even coming around the corner when I was going up and jetting up.
Excellent teamwork. Justice reigns from above.
No. Looks like he has a 66% hit, so he set it to miss for 33%. If he wants to be even more of a dick, he'll set it to only certain people being accurate on certain people. So.
Heroes never die. I look after my own.
Thought he's behind the wall. He wasn't. He's in the little cafe.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Oh yeah, Frostle? A snowstorm relayed your name? Oh! They haven't replaced their sentry that's been sitting there for like 5 minutes. Okay. Used the aimbot grenade already.
The barricade's moving along. Making another approach. Increasing altitude. Enemy over here. Positioning.
Good. Like, dude, that wasn't where I was fucking aiming at all.
Illuminated.
I don't know what fucking, like, maybe it's a problem with my connection or something, but like concussion missiles after like February, I want to say this year, became incredibly hard to, like sometimes they'll just pop me up in the air. They won't even like push me forward or whatever, and they don't seem to be the direct, like the spot where I shoot them. I don't know what's going on, if it's my connection, desync of some kind, or what's going on. Kind of happened with the jet update, which makes me think maybe I'm jetting wrong or something, but like 90% of the time they'll work, and then like 10% of the time they won't. Got it, there it is. I hate the fucking art style in this game, guys. It's either a choice between red or magenta. And magenta like fucking drills into my eyeballs, which is why I don't like using it. But when you can't see shit because it like blends in with the background, that's obnoxious. That shouldn't be a thing at all. Perfect teleporter. Top and try and... Oh, Piggy went up there. Aimbot grenade me.
Always more to learn.
I actually want to say, so like when people have programmed miss, this is still kind of up in the air, this is kind of hypothetical, but when people have like a preset programmed miss, like the aim won't even be that far off. Like it's always set to be within a certain distance of the actual player itself. So, like, the misses, even regardless of your aim being super off, let's say if someone starts moving really fast, it won't. It'll just be like a miss flick. Like, the flick itself is like a miss flick. Oh, they're all dead. That was a mistake. Same guy? No. That being said, not dying with your ult as fair actually is kind of an accomplishment in and of itself, so. Yep. What are you even looking at?
All systems
Huh,
nominal.
okay.
Increasing altitude. Get in there, boss.
Into the iris.
Okay.
On the move.
They took him from us.
Why can't even you stand like these little piles? Like it seems like oh you can stand in them.
Thanks.
Oh my god. Still alive.
10 seconds. Overtime.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Let's stop him.
Defeat.
No one can hide.
Alright, Cheat McCree. Don't know about the Widow because at the end of the match is
Play of the game. Welcome to the attack. Select your hero.
okay. Probably could have put the percent in there too, it's like 33%. Good.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
Not as exciting when the Mercies don't notice. Ooh. Same McCree from last map.
Returning to battle.
We might even have 2 cheaters this match. Yep.
Okay, my head's in the game. Taking off.
Very accurate Anna, too. So the problem is if 2 of them shoot me at the same time, which is what happened at the beginning of the match. Oh. And compared to the McCree, which has like a set miss of 33%, this guy's like 100% accurate against me. So. And it seems like that Anna's shooting too. I've seen this guy before. I think we're going to put him on ignore after we report him. I've definitely seen this guy before, and I've definitely reported him before. The other 2 guys, besides obviously the game before, it doesn't really matter. See whether or not he's getting deleted. Usually with a name like that, they just get removed simply because of the name's offensive. They killed the ant? Bash? They must have. Yep. Hey, look, there's 2 Bobs. One's Ash, and one is... This guy's 100% cheating. Linear not linear... parallel linear velocity. There we go. This perfectly matches the... movement ability. What's going on? Ash is definitely cheating. The Anna, I'm very certain, is cheating. McCree, we also know, very certain, is also cheating again, unless he toggles off, so. But he still seems incredibly accurate, too, so. Yeah, he misses, like I said, it's like 1 in 3, it's RNG, too. Nothing to do with me hovering or anything at all, it's just a miss 33% of the time. Just have to avoid both of them trying to hit me at the same time. There's Anna. Oh, hi, Mercy. I almost did that properly, too. Oh, that would have been good. Shit. Killing the healers definitely made a huge difference, so. Wow. That guy's missing a shitload of shots now. He's 100% cheating. So he toggled off after P1? No, those are just hit reg misses. Look at that shit. Those are hits. They just didn't count. What?
Okay, my head's in the game. On the move.
Stuff like that really makes you wonder if there's actually like dynamic difficulty adjustment in the game. Like that looks like a Blizzard thing, where it's trying to keep his accuracy down. Those were definitely hits from the kill cam. Not that he deserves to get hits, but rather the game's cheating him out of hits for some reason. So it wasn't even that he was missing, it was just turret misses. No, Anna, very fuck up. Too close, guys. If you can hear the timer, I believe you can take damage, so. Yeah. Almost. Just for me.
Making another approach. Up and away.
That was a pop shot to try and kill me. Yep. Dead. It's a good spot. Killed the tank, which is good on top of it. I thought I had line of sight, which I probably did, but they came around the corner and instantly killed me, so. Good evening, leg. Leg day? Don't skip leg day. I actually don't know why people don't like leg day. Like, tried to flick to the center. It's shit like that. I felt like it was a good flick and it just went in the completely wrong spot. This guy's 100% cheating. Once again, that's no different than last match, though.
But we got it done. I will not waste this opportunity.
Waited, I guess. But and the other aimbot. Oh my god, a miss. Accidentally snapped the Anna while trying to shoot me. Good. Here's Anna. Moira.
Thanks for the assist. Over here, taking off.
Miss again. Once again, some of the misses don't even look like misses, though. They're just hit right issues. Which I still don't know if that's caused by the person's aimbot fucking up, or if it's caused by them having a bad connection slash computer. Hit reg issues seem to be something weird in and of themselves. Oh, my E was up. I didn't even notice that. I could have shot at the ground.
Making another approach.
Rather than ending the match with my ult up, so. Alright, so we got 3 cheaters in the match. Both of them are about on par with each other. Iscan diff, yeah, cheat diff, dude. Is that one of them? That's another guy that's cheating, so. We're gonna put this guy on ignore. I've definitely seen this guy on round before, Squelch, so if we see him again, we'll know if he gets banned. Alright, guy. Take a little bit. We see anyone wall looking? Yes. It was the Ash, I think, and the McCree. Which he was doing this last match too, but unrelated. It doesn't. You don't report people for stuff you saw in a different match because that doesn't make sense. Ash, which is this guy. Before I forget, we'll squelch this guy. Oh my God, Sanjo! Long time no see, dude. Good, 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 good. GG! Oh my God, Gers. Well, I hope you win my game, but aside, long time no see. Thank you for your continued patronage. Only 36 months, not that long. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Done and done. Boop. Give you some lovely ponies. Good, good, good. Very much appreciate your continued support, though, over the years. Wonderful. And happy Satsang to you, my dude. Yeah, long time. Long time, a galaxy far, far away. Yes, this guy. When Fortnite launched BR, that would probably be about on par. Obviously not sub for the whole duration, but that'd be like what, 5 years ago? I mean, that was a fun time in and of itself. Obviously, the game became much different after spam building took over, which once again is why a lot of people kind of lost interest in it. And then no build came out, which Epic actually realized that was actually hurting their game, and it definitely is. You can tell just their stats. I bet only 10% of the player base actually plays build anymore compared to no build. Like, as far as being a casual goes, you definitely would opt for no build. And as far as, like, even being an experienced player, it's just something new. So, yeah. And like I said, names like this just get banned simply because it's offensive, or he's forced to name change. So my guess is he's gotten banned before, and he just keeps remaking an account. I've definitely seen him before. We definitely reported him before. Yeah, that's not a fucking plat, Anna. Plat diamond that doesn't miss shots. Yeah, no. So my guess is this is a new account. Or a bot account, excuse me. %20 accurate. Is that a 20% accurate Anna, guys? Oh, 66%, excuse me. This is hipfire. Maybe. This is actually top 500 stats, which is kind of weird in and of itself, considering he is a plat with top 500 aim. Good. Maybe it's a smurf. Maybe it's a smurf. But yeah, long time. Well, someday you can look on when I have thousands of people watching me and go, oh, remember when I used to watch you and no one else watched you because you're fucking amazing? And I'm like, yeah, I remember.
Now traveling to the south.
And looks like a cheater lobby. These guys are getting shit on hard.
I'm ready to start a blizzard.
No matter, you're not getting a point in time. She probably actually could have made it to point if she just walked to it, and she didn't. She went around the side.
Score 0-1.
Yeah, the good old days. Now it's much, much harder to grow on Twitch than it used to be, sadly.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
I mean, even in Dead by Daylight, which doesn't even have that many people streaming it. Crazy.
Remember, if you want me to heal you, stand very still. But also, avoid the bullets.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not waste time. Capture the objective.
Center. Get him? We did. Love it. And he's dead. It's very, very difficult to get the ball. You can, but it is very difficult to get the ball in a scenario where he's actually going to die. He has to be in some sort of corner, or you have to counter his momentum. 2-tap. Counter his momentum. Good. Actually, not even looking good. Lots of spam, though. Good, good, good. Mm-hmm.
Let's go! I got a few new inventions.
Very accurate soldier. Extremely accurate soldier. Huh, okay. He's cheating? He's 100% cheating. Good.
The sky's awake.
What are we playing? Was this the Hanzo? I'm always kind of curious to see what characters people are playing when they aren't cheating. It's like who they actually want to play and be good at, and then their ego makes them rage, and then they play a hit scan and just cheat on it. Aimbot hit scans or aimbot cheats are actually much more common than a projectile aimbot. Looks like he has a bone mesh aimbot too, which is generally more uncommon than the snap to chest, for instance. Thought he was actually going to go after people in the tunnel, and he didn't. Yeah, he's definitely cheating. Good for him. It has nothing to do with his aim. It has to do with where he's looking on the screen, what he's looking at on the screen, without actually seeing what's on the screen. I still don't understand how people get knocked and they only go sideways. They don't actually hit, like, it's not related to where the missile lands. He goes back to the side and should have popped him a little bit forward. Instead, he just goes sideways along the rail edge.
Find me here.
I go out on my terms.
Yo.
I can take more than that.
I mean, oh, we gotta go. Wow, look! The soldier was literally sitting here. Yeah. For him. No idea why the soldier left point, but he did. Dude, mercy gun her! Mercy gun her!
I'm back.
What a dumb shit. You left the point, you could have killed me and then they wouldn't have went to overtime. He's complaining about dog water players. He's a fucking idiot. Well, I mean, he's cheating on top of it. That's your usual sort, guys. I know where she's going. Mercy needs to die. Can't kill the Mercy. We need to go after the Kira. Kiriko. Alright. So you started cheating in round 2, I think it was. And they're getting shit on. It was Tracer, that wasn't the Hanzo.
Play of the game.
You burner? No, probably. This is Pro Sales Private. That's me.
Traveling to New Queens.
Good, good.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Murmur. Let's see. Sure. Forget to thank your healers! Not that they need it anymore, because basically they're DPS that also heals, so.
Ooh, I live for this. I am empowered.
What is a hysterectomy? Is that where they remove your bladder?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective under 30 seconds.
No.
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish.
Yeah.
They're pushing the.
We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Uh-oh. And that looks like Kiriko with an aimbot, guys. And a wall hack. Good. Cheaters playing hit scan are generally more rare than DPS, but when they do, they usually play Ana or Baptiste, as you can imagine, because they're hit scan. And Baptiste is very tanky. You know when you want some flavor.
Messy, but we got it done. I'm taking off.
That's it.
Establishing aerial position. I am empowered.
There's the Me Too Thura. Very accurate dash. Who was that before? No. Just missed your chance to kill me.
You're outclassed.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, this guy's definitely cheating. Good. Oh my god, Mercy.
Not done yet.
Yeah. Like, he's playing around where I am behind walls.
Positioning. Much better. I require speed.
Heroes never die.
Oh.
Taking off. No pause on. Get in there. You better stay out of range. I will not waste this opportunity.
Maybe. He just came up to it. Time to use it, guys. Didn't use it though.
Aerial positioning underway. I knew it was coming. Illuminated. They outnumber us. Keep it tough. They've taken the robot.
So, pretty sure the Kiriko's cheating. And I also think the Ashe is now cheating. She wasn't originally. Or maybe there's prior to her switching to Ashe. Right down the corner there. There he is. What the fuck was that? I expected to see him down there. And he wasn't there.
Returning to battle.
Good. Actually doing pretty good.
Positioning.
Threat detected.
Forward spawn activated.
The enemy has claimed the robot. Up and away. I don't think so. Get in there. Come taste my power.
And it's Kiriko again. The Kiriko's 100% cheating. Absolutely nothing to do with that. Oh my god, mercy. Poo-poo tree! And Soldier showed up again.
Shake it off.
Good.
Aerial positioning. We need that robot to turn around. Justice reigns from above.
And Kiriko again. 100% accurate through trees. That wasn't when she had line of sight on me, guys. That was after she tried to throw her invulnerability at her feet, or she did. I don't know if it bugged out just now. I wasn't watching the cooldown. And then instantly snapped me through the tree. Yeah. Exact position through the tree.
My ultimate is almost charged.
Thanks for the assist.
Forward spawn
Heroes never die.
That is a Kiriko. Yep. 100% accurate. You must have reached like max accuracy on the Fury kill, and you had to swap off. 100% accurate on Baptiste as well. Hit reg miss. Yeah. All that shit. She's doing pretty good considering 2 people are shooting, so. Yep. Snapped the guy inside the building just now.
Let them up.
Returning to battle.
Come on, everyone. Let's push.
Establishing aerial position. Splash.
I will not be denied.
I knew I
Yeah.
was coming. Increasing altitude.
Yep. I had a chance to Q2, I should have just went in.
We've lost possession
Time
of
to
the
kick some tail. On the move.
Didn't. Possibly would have got a 2K.
They're pushing to
And
the
instead,
Strike
I
together.
hesitated. Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating. Shit. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. Good.
This is our last attack. Surrender to my will.
Need to get him away from that thing. There we go. That's one that matters, and then the Ash matters too. Need to die.
You aren't watching the skies.
And healers need to die. They're both dead. Our teammates should be able to kill him now. Especially with the Mei there. Yep. Good shit.
Stay with the rope.
Play of the game.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I bet he's good. I got hacked, guys! If that's playing with friends, that guy's 100% cheating, mind you. Yeah, good for them. And then also the Ash toggled on as well. Yes, he had the fucking assortment pack there. And Ash was also cheating. Is he actually an old account? Let's see. He got some GM history? Oh, good for him. Top 500? Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's 100% cheating, guys. That's not... Yeah. You could see that immediately. I mean, putting aside everything else that was happening in that match, you could 100... And him snapping between different targets, you could see that at the Cherry Blossom tree, where I pointed that out, where he was... You know, obviously you have line of sight on me. I'm standing still as Farah. But he was healing people, then he went to throw invulnerability at his feet, and then snapped me through the tree, exact at my position, while he was fucking around. Yeah, good shit. That's just among many examples that were going on there. But the Ash is also cheating. Guy, for some reason, wasn't... Like, he was attacking me, but there's a lot of cases where he wasn't even shooting at me. You see anything else? Trip Pop Shot? No, that's a different game. Where you hear like a fucking Ash try to finish you off by pop shotting. You get up into the air to shoot you behind the wall. I actually know exactly where you are. Okay, I need to take a piss, guys. I will be right back. 1 second. Righty. What do we have for accuracy, too? How's our accuracy doing tonight? Obviously, when people are cheating, it suppresses me, and not going to have as good of accuracy. Oh, 56. Our last game. Direct shots still feel off.
Strike from above.
You can see like that side shot I just shot at. It felt like I was aiming at the
Repositioning.
bot, and it wasn't.
Forgot your parachute?
Okay. Good.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Strike from above. Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party. I will not waste this opportunity. I've learned enough from my experiences. Here to assist. Leadership makes all the difference.
No, no safety rails for our teammates. Bye, safety rails.
Sustaining augmentation. Yes. I am taking off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Immobilizing. Enhancing your strength. What's enough?
Excellent teamwork. I am empowered.
And we have a widow.
Sniper, she'll get shot.
Hmm.
Aerial positioning underway.
100% accurate, widow. Yep.
Okay, my head's in the
Going
game.
here.
Not a burner. Oh, what? Yeah. Okay.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
From Bronze to Grandmaster. Good for him.
Lost. Stop the pain.
That misses. Yeah. Huh. That's kind of weird. Oh, Anna's not missing. Good for her. Like an aimbot as well.
More to learn.
So many AFKs in OW. You mean because I stood still for 10 seconds when we're going to lose overtime anyways? No. Got him.
Guide you.
No, we're going to get rid of that shit. I just blew up a Mercy, guys.
Rains from above.
Blew all over Missy.
On the move.
Moira by your side.
Taking off.
Self-destruct sequence.
Come here, Toki. Your carry is here. 준비된 사람.
Heads up.
Help me.
Yep.
What time is it? Straight time.
Fuck happened to these guys at the beginning of the round, guys? No.
I see an enemy. Enemy here. Positioning. I see an enemy.
Heroes never die.
Is within my reach.
Finish off my heal. Aw.
Let's get you back in the fight.
Not done yet.
They're so angry. Good. I mean, it's just walking past enemies. Hmm? So why do you suppose our Widow at the beginning of the match is hitting all their fucking shots is basically absolutely garbage now? Good.
On the move.
fuck is that guy doing? Is that the guy he's talking about? Good? Something feels off. I can't hit directs for shit. It doesn't matter what my my weapon accuracy looks like. My directs are not on point. Something's going on.
Repositioning. Establishing aerial position. This round goes to me. Excellent. I don't think so.
He just completely avoided my like completely negated my concussion missile. His roll. Like his roll has more force than my concussion missile does. No, there has to be a revenge kill. Good. Oh, it wasn't the Widow that killed me.
All systems nominal.
Heroes
Good.
never die.
Repositioning.
There's a test subject. I see a hostile.
Oh. Moira left me, guys.
Shake it off.
Over here.
On the move.
Yeah. What? It was a bronze Widow or a bronze player that turned into a GM. Yeah. Okay. Not very good, but insanely accurate.
Issuing an alert. They don't give these suits to
Very
just
little
anyone.
situational awareness despite how accurate these guys are. It's very weird.
Thanks for the assist.
Oh, that works. I don't know how you can go through life and becoming insanely good at flicking to targets and then being fucking terrible at, like, paying attention to sound. At this point in time, I don't even think you need to have a good headset. This isn't like fucking EFT or something. Maybe it's Adderall or something? I don't know. Assuming that they aren't cheating, I'm just looking for some sort of valid excuse. Huh? You line of sight them, guys. All of a sudden, like your chest and head, and they don't have no idea what to fucking do. Just sit there holding their dick. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. I think it's a 3-cheat squad. The Widow's cheating for sure. This guy also think toggled on when he went to McCree. Now on his Tracer.
Always more to
And
learn.
Anna might also be cheating. We had a cheat squad earlier with 3 people in there cheating.
60 seconds.
Welcome to excuse me, Price Tag Games, guys. Play the trees a little bit better.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Still there? He's gone. God. job, Anna. Right when I came down. Bad timing.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they might be. Personal improvement from Bronze to fucking GM? Amazing. Them. There's definitely something off with my direct hits, though. Holy fuck, there's some shots that I definitely should have been able to make, and I wasn't. What do you think chances are this is a pre-made? Three stack. We don't know because they could have dropped group after leaving. That's why you have to check right away in the beginning of the match or part way into the match. Doesn't matter. Bye. Alright. So Widow first. Actually, let's take a look at the Tracer. The other guy was a GM. Can't tell. Let's see. Anna. No. I don't know about the Anna, but very accurate as well. Let's go with Tracer. Go. I believe that was the McCree. This isn't the McCree. Alright, I don't know about the Anna. Let's do some tweaking here, guys. Something's fucked up. And we'll just, I don't know. 1 second here. Okay. Good. Like my normal accuracy looks fine, but the direct hits are really where you start getting the juicy plays in there. And if you can't hit the direct hits, you can't make juicy plays. Where you have to have split-second precise aiming. This has been an ongoing issue, guys. This is why we aren't playing comp. I know it seems kind of silly, but it's definitely a thing. Doesn't max out at 4,000. There's 7,500 FPS. Kind of weird. I definitely put faith and credibility into MSI Afterburner. What happens? Is it just like my mouse gets slow or something? I don't know. Like my computer gets cluttered or something, or it feels like it's not. I don't even know. It becomes less responsive, even though if you look at something like latency mon, my FPS is normal. It doesn't feel that way. Finagling, and then it feels normal again. Ish.
Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Up and away. Double kill.
Good. Mm-hmm.
Strike from above. Forget regulations. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
There's always science to
Greetings.
Oh my god. They definitely I made a tweet, guys, about hearing stories too much, and I swear to god, after I made that tweet, it stopped happening. Like, you hear the fucking stories for the 50th time? That was like on Thursday or something. Wednesday, Thursday? And all of a sudden there, it's fucking spamming voice lines. That's better. Stuff like that's what makes you Pura main, guys. Maybe. And a headshot. I need to heal, guys.
All systems nominal.
Like, it feels like, look at my accuracy right now. It feels like when I'm firing at people, like my missiles are either delayed or there's, like, my aim is sluggish. It literally feels like my aim is just not going where it's supposed to at the amount of time it's supposed to take. Best way is sluggish or unresponsive or input delay. Got it. Bye, tank. Trying to kill. Need a tank right now. Hey, Med. And it makes, when that's happening, it makes it very, very difficult to flick anything at all. Ah, the best medic. Sombra medkits. Dude, a good position Sombra hack is actually really, really fucking good. I messed up. I realized right when I put that missile it was fucked up. It. Playing keep away guys with the bob in the middle.
Okay, my head's in the game. On the move.
Meteor strike.
I think, I don't know, unless I made two really good fucking flicks. Like I had to Q him, but I don't think I had enough time to Q him and revive.
Returning to battle. Best round lost.
Look guys, we're doing work.
0-1.
Weird. Like every time guys, every fucking time it feels like I'm just like pulling shit out of my ass when I talk about things not feeling responsive or not on point. I literally just, I did a couple things in the background and all of a sudden my aims feels very responsive. Back to normal. I don't know.
So much data in this Overwatch book. I get the shivers just thinking about it.
5, 4,
Space Skin.
1.
It's actually kind of weird that people actually still give compliments based on skins, right? Like, I guess people still are like, you know, sick car dude, right? Sort of thing. Got her. I know he's just trying to fuck with me right now, so he can waste his time doing that. Probably get a cheeky kill on me at some point, but... Shots.
The skies await.
Thanks. Over there. There's an enemy here.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, stop pressuring the outside edge. kept pressuring. Why did I even look at the fucking Doomfist, guys? I was like, I'm gonna help kill him. I'll show him. Nope, I should just kept doing what I was doing, which is ignoring the Doomfist and putting pressure on their backline. And I stopped doing it, and then we got over and... Oh.
Tactical visor activated.
That's not good. I heard that right before I went up to.
I've got you in my sights.
What?
There is always room for improvement.
Guacamole?
Our mission awaits us.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Kids and their memes, they never change. Kids and their memes.
Up and away.
Top right window. Oh, man. It's almost never top right window. Sometimes it is, though, and if it is, it's really juicy. Just drop. You can just literally just expect this guy to come at me no matter where I'm at. Also looks like he might be cheating. Unrelated. You can see the snap. Not a normal flick. Like I said, we've seen people cheat on fucking everything. It's not just on Soldier 76 or McCree's or some shit. And the most rare is to see a cheater on a tank, but we've seen cheaters on Winstons. Trying to hit me. I mean, I need aid too.
I require healing.
I didn't expect that from Scientist.
Definitely in top right. Maybe not. Trying not to make noise. Good.
Always more to learn. Repositioning.
Mm-hmm.
Up and away.
Now that is funny.
Yep. Yeah, if he had his punch up, that wouldn't have happened. That's why I literally waited for his punch. I knew they were going to group in the room.
Enemy over here!
My barrel was through the side. So I think if your gun's through the side, but you're missing like your projectile doesn't go through it, it doesn't count. It doesn't matter if your barrel's through it.
Let's show him some air.
Trying to go. Baptiste is like 100% extra damage, which is ridiculous. Dot category. I really need heals.
Establishing area position.
Again, rocket didn't go where I wanted to. Started out much better. Oh my god, we actually did a shitload of damage regardless of limbs. For us. Lots of shit trying to fuck with those guys. I mean, we have like the Zen healing us like a couple different times in there, but yeah. And there he stopped healing me. Good. Down 2 when we stopped getting healed. Not bad. Oh. Easiest way, guys, to get into a match is go to practice range. Instant. Ah, good evening, Wind. Good. What do you mean, Wind, if I didn't say that? I think I just said that. Fucking thinking to myself. Not articulating my thoughts. I was actually thinking, I wonder if your shots at the beginning of the round count towards... I'm pretty sure it doesn't start counting your accuracy until... start of the match. Okay. Normally that gets like one hit. Doesn't do anything. I was gonna be like, well... It's easy to say. That's not good.
Repositioning. Thanks for the assist.
Me dying's one thing, our tank dying, that's something else. Gonna jump? No.
Aerial positioning underway. Messy, but we got it done. I am power. Enemy here. Revive that. 4. Dispersing. Enemy over here.
Dude, it has to be like next to impossible to kill anyone in this fucking tree with heals. No, not gonna risk deflect.
60 seconds remaining.
En route. This airspace is closed. Thanks for the assist.
Wish there's a train or something you could bot people into over there. Or a ledge. Why is there no ledge? Why isn't the water full of sharks that instantly kill them?
30 seconds remaining.
Do you jump?
I don't think so. I require healing.
Got.
They don't get in so just anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Guys aren't noticing. A pretty big difference. Pretty stark contrast between our games earlier tonight and our games right now. Weird, right? What's the fucking, like, I might be restart? Like, I've reset the client before, it doesn't change shit. Uh-oh.
Justice served.
Holy fuck. I swear, soldiers have a fucking evasion field when they're running. Just like deflects, it's just like I'm like zzz around them. Just deflects projectiles. It's worse than Genji.
Play of the game.
Don't forget, thank your heal. Oh, that's not a healer. Well, whatever. It's actually the Life Weaver that was. Can you take endorsements back? I think it was actually the Life Weaver that actually saved me a few times, so. Yeah. I definitely heard bongs on me. Bings? Bings? Bongs? Bings?
Strike from above. Up and away. Double on the move. Double. Blasted. Double. Touch the sky.
Weird angle. Next game. Good, good, good.
Welcome to Esperanza.
Ready. Ah! I believe this guy was squelched at one point. I don't know. I definitely am pretty sure we've reported him. So we're probably going to have a cheat lobby in here. We'll see. Oh, this is a cheater from earlier in the match. Earlier tonight. We'll see. I swear I reported him a few different times and squelched him. I don't remember exactly, though. Now I've seen him around. Guys, activate my trap card. Nope.
Seismic slam.
Up and away.
And headshot. Bugged out scope.
Always more to learn.
Objective unlocked.
En route.
Sie werden dich nicht kriegen.
Increasing altitude. A clean kill.
Being meant for mercy.
Twitchy dogfight. Just how I like it. My rockets are fuel. We've taken the lead. Good work, everyone. Aerial positioning underway.
Oh yeah.
Show them what's next.
Very accurate soldier. Who overextended, trying to kill me. Aww. Huh.
I don't want to talk about it.
Good evening, Hour. Yeah, someone with a name like Extra Salt wouldn't be suspicious at all. Yeah, gotta make those kids rage, you know.
Increasing altitude. Dispersing. You're powered up.
This is what I call now.
Looked right over the top of him, apparently. You go into the tree? Oh, he went to the wall.
This is what I call now.
Yeah.
The skies await. On the move.
Like, literally right outside my line of sight, or right on the edge of it. I didn't see it.
That's 3 hits. Scratch that. 4.
Yeah.
Escorting the robot.
How can I help?
En route.
Bye. Hmm.
Let's show him some air power. On the move. Up and away.
God.
n'échappe à mon regard.
I thank you.
We're gonna try and probably cue me. Did a pop shot? Huh?
I don't stay down.
We must stop the enemy now.
En route. Dispersing. This round goes to me. Issuing an alert.
And McCree is behind us, killing everyone. Bye.
The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing. Form up.
Dude, if they're getting 2v1 against someone that's actually, they literally draw you into fucking situations like that so they can kill you. So.
Barricade on the move. I'm taking off.
Dead.
We're almost past them.
Missing now.
The barricade is making progress.
Yeah. Our widow friend is relatively inaccurate now. Clear, she's one-shotting and killing everyone. Spamming shots. He is still hitting everyone. Okay, that's weird. Wasn't for a bit there though.
Systems nominal.
Also, flicks don't even look normal, making U or C shapes.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. Don't mess like that.
No. Magnetic grenade. What the fuck are my teammates doing? Hello? Okay. Okay, healers. Just sit in the back hallway doing it's like they're playing with their dick back there or something? I have no idea. They weren't getting attacked.
Always more to learn.
Big med, too.
Repositioning. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Over there. They're pushing the barricade.
And then they both died alone. For them.
Okay. On the move.
Shortcuts, guys, are, I would say, for majority of people that don't know how to use them, like, they should never, ever touch a shortcut, ever. Like, it's different if, like, the bot's way over there and, like, it's a straight shot. But the moment you, like, have to go through and actually, like, basically, you are flanking them at that point. If you flank them, then you have to know what you're doing. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to end up separated from your teammates and still have no idea what you're doing. But the same sort of people that get stuck doing that are the sort that follow other people into the gap anyways, so.
Take cover. The tree is gone.
Increasing altitude.
Yeah.
From above. Please maintain enemies. That had to hurt. Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Take back.
Let's show
Good.
some air power. Let the Kitsune
Cocoons? What?
Sterben nicht.
Incoming.
30 seconds
Hmm?
A challenger. Sniper, keep your head down.
escorting the
Don't worry,
robot.
I'll get the robot.
10 seconds.
Right.
Aerial positioning underway. Double airspace. Multiple targets eliminated. Overtime.
Yeah.
Stay with the robot. We're almost there.
Good.
My ultimate is almost ready.
What are they doing?
Heads up. touch heals.
You're pushing the barricade. Come along.
I could use my full health. I don't know why healers stop healing you prior to you getting to full health. If there's someone that's perpetuating healing efficiency by not overhealing, you need to stop that. Like, there's probably some streamer in the community that's like, oh, if you heal them over the top of it, that's a little extra heal you could apply to someone else. At the same time, if you don't do that, like, there are, like, levels of health where you get broken and you die, like, so much faster. Where I could have taken 3 shots, instead I take 2, and that's the difference between me being able to get around the side or not. So, no. And it looks like our McCree friend toggled it in the match for whatever reason. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck our team's doing. I don't know. Yeah, over here, guys. Look, we're almost in overtime. Let's go over in the background area by the med kit. Yeah. Let's see. Widowmaker. It's this guy. I don't know. The McCree, particularly, up until the end, looked relatively normal, and then at the end, he just cleaned up. Which is, you know, weird, but maybe he just got lucky at the end of the match for some reason, you know? Sometimes people just get lucky. It tends to happen where people just end up lucky, you know? They just get lucky right at the exact right time. But... King's Row. I love a King's Row. You bitch. Bye. Is he on our team? Yeah. See if this guy's being a fuck. No. 2 squad. Oh. Jacked and Jazz. Flies from the last game. Group. Jazz isn't in the group, so they aren't being dicks. Okay, next game. I'm gonna... Oh, actually, nah. I was gonna say I'm gonna take a piss. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Luck is the hack of life. True story. I love fucking Wheel of Time, guys, because Wheel of Time, the book series by Robert Jordan, not the TV show, which was fucking horrible. accentuates that. One of the characters who's a protagonist in that book, Matt, actually, like, they say he has the Dark One's own luck on his side. Yeah, he just, like, rolls snake eyes. Like, when you know you're a person and your luck is just, like, better than everyone else. Yeah. Like, literally a person that... like, it's a hero that's based on luck. And you think, oh, that's kind of boring. It's not, actually. Because that means you can take risks. Why the fuck am I on these guys' team now? Oh. Why the fuck am I here? Oh. You guys can fuck themselves. I don't know why that guy left on their team, but they can have that spot back. But yeah, anyways, it's a protagonist in the book that one of the heroes, because there's actually multiple heroes in the book. Obviously, one's just among the greater of the heroes, I guess you could say. But there's two other like good ones, which is Perrin and then Matt. And Matt's entire character is generally based around him just achieving things that he shouldn't otherwise be able to do. And knowing full well that well, actually becoming aware of the fact that he's probably doing things that he shouldn't be able to do. So yeah, it is like a hack, and that takes it to an extreme. One of the reasons I love Wheel of Time, there's a bunch of different kind of scenarios in it. Like, they aren't all just like, you know, fucking One Punch Man or some stupid shit like that. I love that book. There are so many things, guys, in life that I wanted to do if I ever made it big, and I haven't been able to do yet. Wheel of Time is one of them. Related. I think there's some, you know, because like how like not Rings of Power, but Token series took off. Token series of books aren't even that good. Like, they took off because they had really good movies that were made about them, right? The adaptations of them, and that basically is what makes or breaks them. Even if it's a good story, there's tons of good stories. Like, I didn't know about Song of Fire and Ice. Well, I heard about it from my friends, but before it was made into a TV show. I never read the books, but which is Game of Thrones. I think there's certain things in life that just have not been fully flushed out. Wheel of Time is one of them. Warhammer series of games is another one. The 40K series, not the shitty medieval version. Even then, the medieval version wasn't done that well. So yeah, fucking Wheel of Time is a phenomenal series of books, and it really deserves more. Like they're gonna do with the fucking Harry Potter. Like, you know, it's one thing. The original movies were one thing, but they're planning on making a season per book, which is very good.
I should introduce you to Dayan. He takes care of my neck when I'm back home.
If that's true, he must have lots of experience.
Yeah, he... Hey!
5, 4, 3, 2.
People just like being controversial. Say something that jerks at people's heartstrings, or... They're already all covered, guys. Came around the side. Through a little slit. Token overrated? Yeah, I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. It's just not amazing. It's not what everyone... Wheel of Time single-handedly made me stop reading books, so... Yeah. Because everything was just shit. It's not that I don't enjoy reading. Contrary to that, I just found something that's so good, there's no reason to read anything else. There you go. mock grenade. Should have got. There we go. You could hear that guy fucking clomping around the edge coming after me, too.
Well deserved.
Yeah. That grab was bad. Just wanted to change.
Thanks for the
Whoa. What did you wrong? God, I don't know if she didn't die. No idea. She's at like 40 health, guys. 30.
I don't want to talk about it. Repositioning.
Considering swapping back to pink colors, maybe. I don't know yet. That looked really fucking weird.
The skies away.
I don't like fucking magenta.
Up and away. Sniper detected. System repaired.
There's a guy underneath doing something. Heals.
All systems nominal.
Apparently, he thought diving into our lines with a tank to kill me was worth it. Good.
Dropping the payload.
Yeah?
Let's keep it going.
Yeah, they don't have a tank.
I will not waste this opportunity. I see one.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Sniper detected. Thanks for the upgrade. Onwards, victory position. Concussive out.
It's
Rain
Bye.
from above. Thanks for the
when people don't know they're a fucking tank, guys. Good stuff.
aerial positioning underway.
I don't know where Mercy went. Ah. Ah, hey, look, there's a Baptiste.
That extra power feels nice, huh?
Signaling camaraderie. What? Also know how you spell camaraderie. Virtue signaling? I don't know what he's talking about. I thought there's a mini there for some reason. Oh, what the fuck is that? Clutch res? Not so much because the tanks... What? She didn't get in her mech? She definitely had enough time to get in her mech. What the fuck is she doing? Oh no. Also, our accuracy is back to being shit. Weird.
Play of the game.
No one can hide from lice.
I don't even understand what kids are saying is something I wanted to type, but you have a grand total of 10 seconds at the end of the match, guys, to talk to each other. You wouldn't want people becoming aggravated because of the end of the match, you know. Have to maintain that that walled garden or something. Oh my god. Okay. I think we're gonna call things here tonight, guys. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my accuracy. It's all over the place now. Fucking weird. It was good after I did some finagling, and then it went back to shit. How did I do the finagle? It was like right here, wasn't it? Numbani? Back in this Queen's finagling, and then not bad. It's also not very good. $41.9. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Okay. Obviously, if people are cheating, it's going to suppress accuracy too and make it more difficult to hit people. Excuse me. Yeah. But alrighty, guys. I'm out here for seeing you guys. I need to make a Stream Deck little icon for my hand cam. I don't actually have one for that. That's the wrong icon. What am I doing? I'm out here for seeing you, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2, so you guys have to look forward to. Not to look forward to. This is one of the reasons, mind you. This is one of the reasons that I am not playing comp yet. Is because for some reason I go from like what my aim should feel. What my aim should feel like. Maybe it's my mouse pad. To Shitville and then back to it. It feels like it's sluggish or slow or not going where I'm aiming it. Like sluggish or slow or there's input delay. I'm not exactly sure what the fuck's going on here. It's very difficult to weed out though. But I'm out here for seeing you guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoy things, make sure to follow in the top right hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Yeah, tomorrow will be more of the OW2s, hopefully dialing in things a little bit better here and being more consistent. But we'll see. Yeah, the background tweak is something I need to work on too, but I definitely need to start streaming earlier. So I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be the OW2s. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday night and Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.